And here you have it. Idylla, our great failing. Now let us go to Only. He may hide from our people's needs, but he will not refuse a visitor sent from Athene. The gods choose the Primos to lead we Colossi, and to enact their will. Of the gods, we are the favored of Athene, the goddess of wisdom. Or we were. Athene's once common words have been quiet for some time. The Primos has prayed in isolation for years, but she does not answer. The goddess of wisdom was our patron. Though my people worship all the Titans, they hold Athene as our personal guardian. But the gods do not look to us or listen to us. What manner of patron neglects their charge, leaves their wards to the wilderness? We are adrift in these lands, I must admit. We might have been great enough to overcome the burdens, but now we cannot. Now that the trouble with the Jotun has been solved, I am free to investigate other threats to my people, and there are many options to choose from. It is a dead end for my people. Just one more thing to distract them from the Teeth's troubles. They are Colossi who succumb to the burden of this wilderness, letting it transform them into mindless brutes. They have the strength of our strongest, with none of the wisdom. Be cautious in these lands. Mind your step here, beckoned. I wouldn't want the Colossi's failure to claim any more lives than it already has. It is not here by choice. Or our choice, anyways. Such questions would be better suited for the Primos. Suffice it to say that this was made in anticipation of something that never occurred. Be cautious in these lands. Beyond these stairs is the sanctuary of the Primos, the leader of the Colossi people in the teeth of Naros. I must warn you, Only has not left these quarters in years. He vowed to never cease his prayers until the gods answered them, and his people have languished for it. But I think his answer has finally arrived. Speak to him, beckoned. His people have need of him. After years in his sanctum, I doubt he is the Primos I once knew. But though we all languish in the god's absence, none suffer as he does. He will likely see you as the answer to his prayers. Very well.
Is there anything I can assist you with?
And though the path be fraught with tribulation, know that it leads to the land of our greatness, and that we walk it with you. Such were the words the gods spoke to the progenitor of my race when they sought to guide us from our base origins into a fruition of potential. The words have been in my heart every day of my reign, but now they are embodied. Welcome, beckoned. At last, this city will be complete. Because we are all of us, my whole people, incomplete. Because we are not worthy enough, not deserving enough to see such wonders of the gods. And I thought that failure was a finality. I have prayed to the gods in seclusion in hopes of an answer, but they were as quiet as the silent choir. Now the beckoned is come. With you, the gods can bear witness to us atoning for our inadequacies. We must start at once, beginning with the wreath of absolution. Something no Primos would ever wish to wear. They are only made in times of great need, when we must prove to the gods our devotion. Were it so easy. There is a proper ritual to observe, and it involves the holy beckoned crafting the wreath of absolution. First, the foundation. It is a circlet of gold inscribed with runes of prayer. I only wish we had the time to craft one for this occasion, but we do not. Thankfully, there is one made. My predecessor, Arcas, had a wreath crafted, and it lies interred with him beneath the city. Secandra will guide you to it. It lies in his crypt, in the darkest pits beneath the city. They are old halls, and they have fallen into disuse. I understand there might be trepidations in taking such an artifact from my predecessor's crypt, but I assure you, it is ordained. The times we have arrived at are desperate, and when the heavens show their intent, one cannot stand too much on ceremony. This is greater than any city or any temple that you will find in this world. Of that I assure you. But the city, though magnificent, is only half completed. I am the Primos of the Colossi people. As I lead them in politics, I lead them in prayer. He led my people into the times that you see today. The gods did not favor his reign, clearly. The goddess has shepherded my people for generations. She was responsible. Somehow, we were found unworthy of her. I have prayed to learn why, but her anger must be far too great. The Colossi are the children of the Titans. We are the inheritors of their will, and we are the ones that will shepherd this world into a new age. Many are the artifacts strewn throughout this world, but the cipher of Athene, I have seen its outline traced. Bearing it makes you an embodiment of her power, beckoned. This land is the crucible by which my people might be forged to their new destiny. Vicious and inhospitable. It is a riddle carved of stone that it was a covenant the gods wished to form with us, to raise ideal. The Silent Choir is a group of our most faithful followers, and serve the messenger of the gods. One summoned. I always assumed that the beckoned would be one of my own kind. We are so close now.
I hear you.
Anything you require on your journeys can be found in the concourse market. The Primos attends to his own affairs. I am usually wanting for additional tasks. Anokatos is most secretive compared to his predecessor, who was killed in the Hyperion tragedy. Still, he is our best hope for the Colossi to realize our goals. It is the greatest city ever built. The gods themselves requested we built it to test our faith. The city soars above the ground, as you have seen, but it is not yet complete. Who knows if it ever will be? The greatest of us are nearly gods, And had the gods not shown us this, we might never have reached the state you see us in now. An odd question. They are gods. It is common knowledge that they are the creators of the Colossi, the creators of this world and everything in it. The great Athene is among their kind, and she has given us the task of inheriting the Titan's legacy now that they have ascended from this world. I have heard you are powerful, but beware. This land is host to all manner of dangerous creatures.
You return. Well, the Primos has not graced the ears of his subjects in ages. What has he said to you? The circlet of Arcase. And Anakatos expects me to lead you to it? Has his reclusion left him senseless? Has he forgotten his history as well as his people? Very well. As I cannot refuse the Primos, I will meet you in the crypts in the undersewers of the city. Let us deal with this as quickly as possible. We can find it in the crypts beneath the city's sewers. They are old structures, forgotten as the city was built above them. You are the first to hear his voice in some time. I almost thought he would join his acolytes in their silent pact, but his prolonged absence from his people has taken its toll on his judgment. Does the crypt of Arcase have no sanctity to him? I have had chances to speak of Arcase before, but it is not fitting for me to discuss him. Not now. Farewell.
Another day in this forsaken land.
Can the beckoned be so small?
Is there anything I can assist you with?
I can help repair your equipment. Shall I hone your weapons for you? I was one of the first to settle in Idylla, and I will be the last to leave if it ever comes to that. Many pine for our home of old, but not me. The clouds are my refuge now. Everything one requires, one will find in the concourse market. Weapons, armors, and healing implements. My days as a guard are behind me, but I know my way around arms and armor. I can patch it all up. Farewell.
Everything you need is... Welcome to the Idylla Market, Beckoned. Can I interest you in a freshly honed weapon? Our city didn't always have a place among the clouds, but Colossi ingenuity changed that. While it saves us from the wilds, it is my weapons that save the guard down below. We prefer the spear, for it suits us most in these lands, against this wilderness. But our travels have taken us many places, and I can craft weapons of every shape, and all are equally deadly. I construct weapons, and then I sell them. Most colossi are uncomfortable with their hands unfilled, so I endeavor to fill them. Would you like one? A weapon, I mean. Your hands are small. Fare you well, Beckoned.
The Beckoned! My potions will allow you to fight the battles your divine station requires, Beckoned. Not many of my kind are drawn to horticulture, but it teaches me patience and satisfaction. There are miracles, great and small, to be seen in this world if you know where to look. But the gods had no use for subtlety with us. Look at this city. You can see their love of us. The plants of the teeth are strange compared to those from our original homeland. They require much attention and deft care, and as I've found, tiny hands. You would make a good apothecary, I wager. I have potions for every need. Can I interest you in some armor? Take heed in these lands, Beckoned. The Jotun, trolls, and Terex will not spare you given the chance. There is no finer city than this. Have you seen any other place in Amalur that can match our horizon? Have you found streets more pristine and appealing? You have not. Because that is an impossibility. Armor is my passion, my livelihood. No one in all of Idylla can provide protection of higher quality. I am reputed with good reason. I put thoughts of the Hyperion behind me, Beckoned. I focus on my work, and let the gods see what I craft. Though our skin looks like stone, we are but flesh. As any mortal race, we need armor to protect ourselves. With my armor, you have nothing to fear. I interest you in some armor?
Finest sagecrafter there is not. Ah, the Beckoned. You won't find a better sagecrafter in all of Idylla than me. This city is a promise between us and the gods, but it is also a promise between us and the races of Amalur. My people will grow into the majesty of this city, and with the Empire to come, we will spread the gods' light. Attention to detail is not overly common amongst the Colossi. Much can escape the notice of one so elevated. But the facets and powers of my gems hold so much meaning and power. How could I ignore them? There is a lesson in sagecrafting. Even the smallest jewel can turn a common sword into a deadly weapon.
The finest magical crafts, guaranteed. The finest magical... Please, peruse my wares, Beckoned. Though magic is new to our people, I can craft fine artifacts for it. I bear my skill proudly. There are those that stand by their spears, but even our greatest warriors acknowledge the worth of magic. I do not envy his position. He must lead us after his predecessor's grave mishaps. However, he will bring much glory to our people should his goal be realized. Our ancestor race, the Myrrine, had no skill with magic. You can see how much we've progressed. With our arcane skill, we set this whole city to float among the clouds. But such ability must be tempered with appropriate humility. So the Primos has taught. I will be here if you need.
Another day in this forsaken land.
You do so much for us, Beckoned. How great of you to come to our city. Much. We have many issues in our great city that need attention. We encourage all who wish to help to find a task suited to them on the nearby petition board. You may examine it, should you wish. There are always things to look after in this city, but keeping busy is a good way to ignore a burdened spirit. I am a member of the Guard, like any other. I am responsible for helping to manage the peace of the city. There are always smaller items of inquiry or aid that the people of Idylla need. This board allows the community to assist them.
I almost did not see you.
The beckoned. Greetings. Are you finding Idylla to your liking, Beck? All are welcome to use the beds here in the living quarters. Our city has hung in the heavens for a time now, but it remains incomplete. Idylla's centerpiece, the Hyperion, rejected our magics and refuses to rise. I make sure the beds are swept and that any who need aid receive it. My people have long led lives that inflict a certain strain on the body. As you may have seen, even in our city among the clouds, danger persists. Thus we maintain the living quarters as a place of rest, open to all. Return to us if you need a place to rest.
Beckoned? It seems my preconceptions were off. But I still need your divine aid. The plague spreads. I have worked on this city for all my lifetime. The sewers that run below it are my masterpiece. But this work of art is besmirched by rats. These foul vermin run rampant in my catacombs, tainting it with their fetid presence. Try as I might, I cannot best the scourge. But you, Beckoned, your divine intervention is needed. I have never known beasts with such low cunning and high birth rates. They are fearless as they are disgusting. I have pinpointed a much-traveled route used by the rats and seeded it with traps that can be activated on command. Find the levers that activate those traps. They've been placed on a ledge overlooking the route. When you see the rats pass below, simply pull the levers as they approach the traps. Slay the filthy vermin. Once I hunted the rats that plague our sewers with such zeal. But though I rest, the rats do not. Please. Are you enjoying its splendors, even in the sewers? Under its gleaming exterior, are you enjoying even in the sewers? I am a mason, one of many caretakers of the sewers. Lycaeus breeds thinkers, philosophers. They spend their days pondering the greater meaning of existence. Such are their debates that they shake the very foundations of For some time, non-believers have touted that the relevant a hidden menace. In my younger days, I hunted. I wish you well.
Have you been to the Lycaeus yet, Beckoned?
I hope you are well. Yes?
I expected the Beckoned would arrive sooner or later. Greetings, Beckoned. Have you come to pass the time? If we wait long enough, Stratton might even have another play ready when we're done. A mighty playwright, Andronikos knew that the gods would be pleased should our art reflect their majesty. Much like Idylla itself, the theater was constructed as much for its utility as it was as a tribute to Athene. Like Stratton and Andronikos before him, I am a writer, but I tend towards essays and dissertations rather than metaphor and prose to deliver my messages. I was a close friend of Andronikos. I have reviewed every production displayed in his theater for those not in attendance. In the years since, I have been told that I've been unkind to Stratton, but I beg to differ. I am honest. I have mixed feelings for our dear playwright. Many looked to him to fill the master's shoes when Andronikos died. I plan to attend, as I do with all the productions. Very good, I'll let you be on your way.
Beckoned? Do we have some business? Look at this place! Why would anyone choose the wilds below? Do not trouble me with such talk. I know the sins of my people well enough. We all do. With my brother indisposing himself, it falls to me to keep watch over my family's estate, little though it is. They are the lowest. Colossi without faith, mindless, violent, and forever despairing.
Ah, the famed Beckoned comes to me at last. Admittedly, my request might be the smallest you will hear, but I wish to voice it nonetheless. To preserve the past. All around us is the great chisel and hammer of progress, keen on dragging my people towards enlightenment. But such progress means nothing without context. I wish for someone who can find artifacts of my ancestors, reminders of our simpler times. Very good. I'll reward you for any artifacts you can find, but larger artifacts will do well for both of us. I await your findings. They are strewn throughout the teeth of Naros. They may be hidden in forgotten corners or carried by beasts as trophies. I do not forget Arches, or what he did for my people. He led us here and started this city, but most cannot see past his flaws. How do you find our city, Beckoned? Grand, is it not? It is the great island of progress, as I see it. But even it cannot forget the world it left below. All the rocks you see, here and in the sewers, once rested in the teeth of Naros. They are little things, of no intrinsic value, but as my people are so convinced to make progress, these artifacts are the few records of who we once were. I'm just one who's intent on maintaining the cultural integrity of her people. We were once no nobler than the Jotun or the Etin. Some would purge this history, but then how will we remember it? This is a place for those who are weary of their burdens. If you feel so, you can rest for a while. Good luck in your search.
I expected the beckoner would arrive sooner or later. There is always quiet in the living quarters. Very good. I'll let you be on your way.
Be careful here.
Are you finding Idylla to your liking, Beckon? You are free to visit whenever you've suffered wounds. We have plenty of beds to spare. Return to us if you need a place to rest.
Have you been to the Lycaeus? Or the theater? There is far more for an explorer there than here. It knew better days, I think. The current master, Stratton. I've seen the bulk of his works. They are often pretentious. I am a frequent patron of the theater, but I grow tired of Stratton's. It is a place of rest. Count the columns, or the straws in the bed if you need something to do. Or, better yet, get out of here. Anywhere but here. I understand.
Be wary in the sewers.
Another day in this forsaken land.
Be careful here.
And it would seem that the deliverer of my people has found me at last. Many honored greetings to you beckoned. If you would, I have more than pleasantries to discuss. Like many, I seek your prowess. A culling. Though the Colossi are a people of faith, more and more of us are reverting to the savage ways of our ancestors. The lowest of these doubters become marauders, bloodthirsty and violent, capable of nothing but wrath. They must be purged. I thank you. It is high time we bring their savagery to an end. Each marauder should carry a totem of some sort. Bring those to me as proof of your deeds. They roam the lands below the city. I do not doubt that you will find them if you... It is a grand city, worthy of protection. Looking at the Colossi here, you will... But we are also capable of much violence. The Marauders have lost their reason, but not... I have lost much to the beasts of this land. I aim to ensure that none share this sorrow. The beacon shows the path the Colossi must walk again. So it has always been claimed.
Yes?
How may I serve?
I almost did not see you.
How may I serve?
Please, just let me past. I will only be gone for a short while.
You know why you cannot leave. Without you, the city could never be completed.
You cannot keep me here against my will. I'm not some animal.
You know it is far too dangerous for you to leave.
My business in the teeth of Naros is no concern of yours. Others may come and go as they please. I demand the same respect.
No, Passator. It is not safe out there. You must remain in the city. That is final.
What is it? Unless you can somehow convince the guards to let me leave the city, you're only wasting my time. I'm sorry. It just makes you a little crazed, you see, being locked inside this city like a penned animal. All I want is to leave for a short time to travel to the Warren and check on my wife, Galatea, but I cannot leave. I did not choose to leave her beckoned. I wanted her to come with me, but she can be difficult to move to action sometimes. But I cannot retrieve her now, for I am one of the city's finest masons. The guard are under orders not to let me leave, so I do not die. All I want to know is that she is unharmed, but I've done so well for this city that I am forbidden from departing. Well, you can certainly try, but Galatea is stubborn as stone. Would you truly beckon? That is something. At least I will be certain that she is unharmed. I left her in the ruins of the Warren, the city's old quarry. You should search there for her. We were separated when the city was razed. I last saw her in the quarries of the Warren. This city is the child I never had. I poured myself into this stone, these edifices, these reliefs. But now I have been here so long that these walls have lost their charm. They are only the bars of a prison to me. The stone used to build this city was dug out from the Warren. It was our main, but much of it is inaccessible now. The rest is home to beasts. My wife and I were separated when the city was razed. I believe her to still be in the teeth of Naros. I hope she is unharmed. I am one of Idila's finest masons, so much so that it seems I am an institution amongst my people. It seemed nice at first, but they handle me like a work of art, with too much caution. Please find my wife.
I hope you find Idila to your liking. How are you finding our city? Is it not wondrous? Truly, it is worth protection. With the trials my people went through to raise it into the sky, it has become more precious than gold. But these earthly costs are nothing compared to the rewards that will come to us. I know it. I am sworn to protect the people of this city before all else. Each member of the Guard would lay down their life for our people. The concourse is the main hub of our city. It is a place of gathering and prayer. However, it has been quiet since the great tragedy. I am sorry, I cannot say more. Be careful on your travels.
Many greetings, stranger.
The gods are good to us.
How may I serve?
Many greetings, stranger.
Please, for what purpose do you come to the theater? Are you hoping to attend a performance? I am the custodian of the theater. Stratton concerns himself with the art, and I, the material. And I handle the audience as well. If they are rude, I eject them with impunity. It is a popular locale for many, and we gain more followers every day. Master Stratton's plays invoke the imagination and spirit of the Colossi such that few can resist. The story of my people is the stuff of great theater, in a way. From humble beginnings, we're to ascend to the highest station in Amalur. The master is the playwright who runs the theater and uses it to house his productions. With just a few tragedians and a manuscript, he is quite capable of rendering any historical scene in exquisite detail and vibrancy up on that stage. He gains influence daily, and I am certain his is the mind that will lead the Colossi into a new age of enlightenment. After seeing our art, why not go to the market?
It seems that Stratton isn't releasing his play anytime soon.
I've heard. It's his opus, or so he said. I wouldn't blame him for being careful with it. Now would be an ill time.
Many are waiting in anticipation for Stratton's work, but he insists the work will not be ready until a grand fit of inspiration comes. This is as much a temple as a theater, erected in the honor of the craft. I am not blind to the fact that our city has a troubled past. There is little we tragedians can do about it save continue to perform for our audiences. I have a sprawling range as a tragedian, I assure you, but I require the chance to prove it. Perhaps the humbled is my great opportunity. The Hyperion. I do not like to talk about such things. There are tragedies. But what happened with the Hyperion was so much worse. Enjoy the theater of Andronikos.
There is so much that needs to be done for my new work. Will I ever see the end of it? The fine establishment you see here is the Theater of Andronikos. We tragedians, questions of ethics, morals, and cultivation are explored through the... He was my mentor. I apprenticed as a tragedian under Andronikos. I sharpened his quills, blotted his parchment. I had written a piece for him. The Unanswered. Unfinished, but unplayable. It was too bitter. A greater subject for my work I cannot think of. How intricate my people are, with their vulnerabilities and strengths. I was a tragedian before I became the master playwright I am today, studying under Andronikos himself. No one knows more than I do about literature, except perhaps for master, and despite all I have accomplished, I feel that I'm still working to crawl. Farewell.
I have not acted in some time. I am eager to know if Athene is the goddess of wisdom. As it does not involve true might, the profundity of... It's a great accomplishment, to be sure. That is why I focus on theater, rather than... in truth, I find the tragedies The Humbled seems an interesting production. There is an... I will not lie. Earlier in my career, enjoy your stay.
I hope you find the city to your liking, Beckoned. While these halls are there are a few of us that devote ourselves to the... I am a tragedian of several years. Of course, you must exercise all of yourself to attain... Stratton loves this place. I think he has some I don't know if that will ever be the stuff of drama. Even now, you honor us with your presence.
Please, do not disturb the tragedians in their work.
I almost did not see you.
Blessings to you.
How may I serve?
Beckoned, I admit that I have eyed you with some interest. I await for the chance to debate. The Colossi believe that ours is the... We were strong enough to rip it from the clutches of the earth. No doubt the gods favor us because we had the strength to perpetuate their message. I am a student of Master... My current point of study is the nature of strength. This is the center of theology. We leave social standing at the door. I wish you luck in your endeavors, Beckoned.
Have you seen the rather small creature that entered the city?
You are the
They
beacon.
say it is...
Are you in need of medical assistance? I know the heat. Have you seen it? The theater is... Over the years, I've warmed to the idea of... The master is troubled. The Lycaeus has seen... I am one of Onisimos' oldest disciples. I have... Perhaps I should see Stratton's newest play.
The beckoned? We would be thrilled to hear a lecture. Oh, the city? It is... I am... the young... Though the Lycaeus is open, I hope it will make me a... Goodbye, beckoned. I wish you well.
Greetings. Welcome to the Lycaeus, beckoned. I remember when this city... But we endured. And now we have... I am a student of the Masters. Currently, my studies have me exploring the value of life versus... I am a student. Currently, my studies have me... There is no greater home, no event. I hope to see you again.
Are you in need of medical assistance? Perhaps I should see Stratton's newest play.
Yes?
Ah, so the beckoned has arrived. The city is grand, though it has borne much doubt and anguish. The scholar truly has mastered the art of discourse. We are strong, but not immortal. Though our skin resembles stone, mortal blood. I have an astute interest in researching the Terex. The life of a god is always busy in these lands. The Lycaeus is the essence of the Colossi. I hunger for debate.
You must be the beckoned. Your fate. I cannot think, but I have been blinded. The first of many failures. I have seen the portents of the future, and the old Primos wears the garb we all will be shrouded in. The city will hold longer than every morning I wake and despair, replaced by an empty sky. I have always been able, but very recently, since news came, I can see the fate of this city now, of all who live within it. Except for you, curiously enough. I tell you, this academy's destruction is assured. The details are vague to me, but there will come a time when theology means nothing to the Colossi. Academics, scholarly pursuits, all of it gone. In its place, the savagery of the Myru. Mark my words. I attend these final debates as the school enters its death throes to chronicle them for the future. Heed my words, beckoned.
Oh.
Yes, beckoned. I am pleased to serve how I can. Our city stands the It is no coincidence that our culture and virtue... I am a relatively new debater. My area of interest is the nature of... It is built to honor the struggle we all... If you have wounds to tend to, perhaps can assist.
What do you think of our humble... Could I perhaps convince you to debate one of my prodigies? Surely the beckon of Athene... I despair that the Lycaos has passed under the aware... Would you be opposed to joining us for a dialogue or two? It would be an honor. The spears, you mean? They are for the debate. Your reticence is understandable. Should you change your mind, I will. If anything, this city is great for separating the weak and... Not all have kept the promises we made to the gods. He did not have the strength needed to appeal to the gods. I am the master of the Lycaos. That is what we were before the gods. The Myru cared only for base pleasures. I will admit, times are difficult for the school. Many argue the meaning of the I know what you are, though. Study hard, Beckon.
Athene, guide your actions.
Another day in this forsaken land.
You must be the beckoned.
I can help repair your...
happened.
You are weak.
Who wanders into my camp? What is this? You are far too small to be a colossi. So it's true then. The beckoned has come. This is my home, but not for much longer. I moved out here to reconnect with my roots, you see. My heritage as a giant race. However, my time on my own has come to an end. I am ready to take the next step and go and live amongst the Jotun of the teeth of Naros. There are only loose ends that need to be taken care of, but I have sworn off Idylla for all days I have left. Karunk was my chief concern with me trying to move in with the Jotun. Now that he is dead, it seems to be the perfect time to do this. The logical step is that I must live among the Jotun. Yes, I do. I have lived on my own in this abandoned Jotun camp long enough. Would you? I will reward you for your help. I will not be needing the coin where I am going. I want for my family ring, currently in the hands of my brother Heliodorus, and to see my journal delivered to my old comrade Darius. But perhaps most of all, I want you to find my wife, Corina. I would like you to bring her here to me. You must retrieve my family ring, deliver my journal, and speak with my wife. The ring is currently in the possession of my rather odious brother Heliodorus in Idylla. I doubt he will surrender it kindly. He hides it in the living quarters of Idylla. You can try liberating the ring yourself, or finding a way of dealing with my brother. Convince Corina to come down from the city and see me. If you could bring her here, then I can talk her into living with me and the Jotun. My journal needs to be delivered to my friend, Darius. He is most likely camped out somewhere in the teeth of Naros. Be quick, Beckoned. I must get to the Jotun soon. Stay safe.
Journeying the teeth. Hello there, Beckoned. Been traveling. This is Histus's research. So that must mean he is preparing to go live with the Jotun. I cannot say I completely agree with Histus's methods, but I can respect his intent with his research. Thank you, Beckoned. Wish him the best for me. Histus is a dear friend of mine, formerly a peer, but as we tried to build ties with the Jotun, well, things turned. Hello there.
The gods are good to us.
You must be the beckoned.
What brings the beckoned to me on this day? You have seen Histus? I have not heard from him in so long. I was worried something had happened to him. What business has he sent you on? That fool! He is as oblivious and idealistic as the day I took him for my husband. Very well, I will see him after straightening out some affairs. Lawbreakers in Idylla do not enjoy the luxury of internment. All lawbreakers are immediately subjected to combat. It may seem severe, but we are a wise people. None have had need to test this punishment, least of all you, I am sure. If you require supplies, the concourse market provides everything you need. What brings the beckoned to me on this day? Mine is the duty to safeguard the Colossi from any threat, so Secondra has charged all the guard. I understand that you and she have met. She is powerful, is she not? Truly a paragon of might and virtue. The Primos is the leader of our people, in prayer and in other. Farewell, beckoned. Stay out of trouble. You must be the beckoned.
And you return to me. I hope you are finding this work well suited to you. Very well. I shall endeavor to reward you for your labors.
Be careful here.
How goes the search for my Galatea? Any news of her yet? Yes. And how was it? Was it unharmed? That statue is my wife, Galatea, so to speak. In truth, My wife is dead, murdered by a monstrous troll named Kern years before. I carved that statue to remember her by. Every year on the anniversary of her death, I work on it more so that I'd never forget her face. But even that has been denied me. So the only solace I have left is knowing my wife's killer is dead. Find Kern, Beckend, and bring his end for me. Please. Go back to the Warren and search for him there. That is where he ambushed my wife and me years before. My wife was killed by a troll down in the Warren. All I have left to remember her by is a statue I began carving for her down below. But as I am forbidden to leave the city, the only comfort I have is knowing the statue is still intact. On your way now.
Ithene, guide your actions.
Welcome to Idylla.
Be wary in the sewer.
Can the Beckend be so small?
What's this? Do you bring news from below? My brother? I would hardly consider Histis family anymore. He left that behind when he turned his back on civilization. What business has he sent you on, Beckend? Is that so? Well, you can tell him that if he wants the family ring so badly, then he can come up here and claim... Well, the ring is an heirloom, so to speak, but it is in my chest over there. Here is the key. Histis has the nerve to call himself a brother, living in the wilds, acting like a savage? Might as well be. My family has done much for this city. They serve well enough, but I cannot say they compare to the home we had before. Yes, farewell.
I expected the Beckend. Can the Beckend be so small?
When we came to this land,
Beckend, I pray.
Who's there? So you have completed the tasks, but I do not see Corina. Then her choice is made. Well, there is no more putting this off. I must take my leave. Well, the Jotun go with bare feet, so I will as well. Take my sandals, Beckoned. They may be of some use to you. Corina is coming. I have to say, I was not convinced that she would ever be made to come down here. Well, I suppose my journey can wait just a bit longer. Seeing my Corina one more time was worth putting it off. Thank you for all your help, Beckoned. I hope this compensation is enough for your assistance. The heads of the city's inhabitants are as high in the clouds as the city itself, with their talk of religion and righteous gods. I much prefer to stay closer to the ground and stick to my roots. They act like they are above everything, but they are mud and dust, like everything else in this world. They just aren't decent enough to admit it. Yes, the Jotun have wronged us in the past, but I would think a people so focused on gods and faith would have shown a little mercy. Most find it completely inhospitable, but I find that it is not so difficult if you try a different sort of living. Yes, the plants are unpalatable, and the beasts cunning, but you can't expect nature to offer you wine and sweets if all you do is ask. I once tried to forge peace between the Jotun and the Colossi, but as I did, I became enamored of the simplicity they enjoy. I have taken to living in this old camp to try and enjoy it as I can. There's not really enough space in this camp for two.
I hope you find Idylla to your liking.
How may I serve?
All is well, I hope. You have slain Kern. I now have the peace of mind to know that my wife's murderer is no longer around to torment her grave. I cannot thank you enough. I have little of my own, but take these. The gauntlets I wore when I first started carving stone. May they serve you. I miss her every day, but there is some small comfort in knowing that her death has been avenged. Take care.
Many greetings, stranger. When we first came to this land, I thought it was a place of promise. But I was wrong.
I've heard one of our scholars has been trying to study trolls. Has she taken leave of her senses?
The beckoned has come. Beckoned! You've returned. Still, and take this amulet as well. It marks you as one of the city's illustrious sewer masons. Wear it with pride.
Be careful here.
The Lycaeus is popular no more. When will it close, I wonder?
You do so much for us, Beckend. I would be remiss if you were to injure yourself down here. The city above is pristine, beautiful, but these tunnels have their charms as well. The city is a wonderful place, but these tunnels are quite necessary for everything to function as it should. Great magics keep the city aloft, and this can cause strain on the stone. These tunnels ensure that those energies are dispersed properly. Be well, my friend. If you are wounded, remember you can always return to the living quarters above ground.
The Beckend has even brought the light of the gods to these dark. We've built a vast network of underground paths that any colossi can use. It truly is a marvel of modern architecture. There are just as many ways to get around under the surface, true to its design. But these sewers below are no less true to it. But these sewers below are... The Jotuns seem to think we are adept at working with stone, since masons such as I are needed to repair the dam. But we have more strenuous tasks, such as a gifted mason to be When he first heard of the rats in our sewers, it was as though he declared a whole... True, we have some. He was so vehement about their destruction that he was... Mind your step.
Yes, beckoned. Can the beckoned be so
I just want this done with.
Many greetings, stranger. must we be tested?
Keep close. There are worse things than marauders in these lower tunnels. They have lurked these walls for decades, raised along with the city years ago. Let us be quick about this. There. That is the artifact you seek. The circlet of Arcades. By taking it, Arcades' grave becomes an empty tomb. Let us depart. Onakatos has had his fun with me, and there is nothing left to plunder. It is nothing I can share with you, Beckoned. It is not worth your time. I always thought that were I to come to Arcades' crypt, it would be because of the work of gods alone. And here I am, by the will of none but Onakatos, flesh and blood. I cannot! I will not! Even after all these years, he has not forgotten his brand of viciousness. He knows I must obey his command. I apologize for my outbursts. However, it can be hard to let convictions go. But we must. We must. Take the circlet back to Onakatos. He is most likely waiting for you. Be cautious in these lands. No one comes down here anymore. It is left to ruin, for the Colossi have no more need of these halls, or those interred within them. How many years did our masons toil to assemble this place? And look at it now. How easily we discard the labors of our past. I hear you.
Oh? Hold! Hold! What are you? You are... Oh, not! You're my size! My size! This can't be! Ah, I knew I shouldn't have eaten that lichen earlier. Cave slime never agrees with me. What? You mean you walk these halls and know nothing of their lord and holder? I am the king of this undersewer, protector of this whole expanse. Divine providence. Once I wandered the lands below, living in caverns, in a base attempt for subsistence. But then the earth was left below me, and I was raised into a city in the sky. Your mistake. If that's supposed to be groveling, then you need to brush up on your etiquette. But I suppose I can allow such insolence to be humored for this one time. I haven't had much in the way of company out here. Oh, you're welcome to some of the cave slime, if you're hungry. There's plenty for everyone. We are finished here. Back again, I see. Well, I don't suppose I have anything better to do at the moment. Seems that Jeff has run away with all the scones again. I'll wager we'll have nothing but crumbs. The rascally imp is the closest thing one... I'd wager he thinks he has the best of me. But I'm no fool! Seems my fee should be made to see the error in his judgment. But I'm quite right you will. Jeff's around, just give him this. It's a charter of fear. But if you do so, do it on your own time. I make no pretension. By my leave, I'm sure. office? Well, persistent little gnat, aren't you? I haven't had this many run-ins with another since Renival absconded with my archives. The living giants! They stay away from me, and it's for the best. Can't let them know I'm here. Well, good to know Jeff got the message. Thank you for your help. I've lived in these tunnels for years. There are plenty of hazards, but they only pose problems for strangers. I hold dominion over all you see here. Renival is a damned usurper, and I don't care what you've heard about him. This latest, but this is too far. The key to my archives is the lowest blow. Only the key to my archives. Only without them, my most precious of heirlooms are forever locked in a wooden hell. And for what? His rampant self, whatever you wish. I am not inclined to ask for any favors. That said, Renival is home in the darkest corners of my domain. Scampering coward, I'll wager you we are finished here. Oh? Well, I can say that I'm but I don't suppose you have anything to read, do you? A good, honest tome? That perfidious usurper is around here somewhere. Be warned. He will try to buy you, convince you. Not just any old tome. I seek something from a far-off land. Something hilarious or depressing. I've no interest in the tomes of these giants. Found something for me, then? Aha, I know the words in this book. It's all coming back to me now. I wrote them. This is my writing. After all this time, I've finally remembered. I'm Denric, servant of Mitharu. Oh, it has been so long. Yes, I was Denric once. An all-main monk sent to the southern lands to bring the word of Mitharu. But no longer. I failed my mission. And in my failure, I forgot myself. All is well, for Denric was but a humble monk, while here, I am a king! Oh, what fanciful nonsense you'd have me believe. Are you well? Have you been hitting the stone again? You must not do that. First, because it is sovereign property. But furthermore, because Jeff needs to wear his cape when I sit down. By my leave. I'm sure. I thank you. I have been out of sorts for long now. That perfidious usurper is around here somewhere. Be warned. He will try to... By my leave, I'm sure. You have come back to me once more. Please, whatever you need, I will try to You have it then? And Renable has finally been... But it only tastes bitter. But no more. Such is folly. Be gone! Another day in this forsaken land.
Well done, Beckoned. The Stowaway is no more. Please take this as a token of Idilla's gratitude. The troll has been dealt with, beastly thing. Though I cannot help but feel as though this city has lost an institution, in a way. It is rather annoying that as high as we are from the teeth, we can still fall prey to the mischief of sprites. They've squirreled away some items in their dens below the sewer. A brooch, an idol, and a mason's hammer. I have a bad feeling about this. The city regularly sends surveyors into the sewers, but normally with an escort. But the guard has been stretched thin of late. If you found a task you wish to take on from the petition board and complete it, I will recompense you for your trouble.
I almost did not see you.
Well done, Beckoned. It is unfortunate that our surveyor died, but thank you for returning her report. Please take this. Grim tidings. We shall be more careful with our surveys, I'm sure. But that's a cold comfort to the surveyor's family. Thank you for returning her report. Well done, Beckoned. Thank you for returning these items. Please take this as a token of Idilla's gratitude. Glad to know that the items were found without too much trouble. Thank you, Beckoned.
Yes?
You have come again. Is there anything else? Very well. I shall endeavor to reward you for your...
You must be the beckoned.
Beckon. Is there anything I can assist?
You bear the circlet of Arcades. Then the wreath is almost complete. The foundation is gold with runes of... Now, it must be woven. The laurels of the wreath are not crafted, but earned. We seek Teryx veins. I take it you have encountered a Teryx before. They are a common foe. To prove to the gods the righteousness of our faith, the gods sent you to bear witness to our... The wreath is made from the large feathers, the veins. They are vicious beasts, wild and scum-beckoned. Circlet must be... We are here. That is come. We must kill the alphas of each. The Teryx Eries lie in the wilds of the teeth of Naros. But while there are many lesser Teryx... Very well, beckoned. Feel my wrath! Feel my wrath! Thus we begin. And as we harvest these trophies, you shall learn the journey the Colossi have taken to get here. Once we were but savages, no better than the other giant kin. She spoke of a destiny and greatness that was not ours, but no, we are far from the homeland of our ancestors. It was necessary. Though the Jotun and Etin once tensions rose to war, it was a sign from Athene to my people to seek a new homeland, where the salvation awaits. Feel Balin's embrace! Feel Balin's embrace! Feel Balin's embrace! Circlet must be... Stay close. If we are not careful, we may be... we must act. We wandered the teeth of Naros in search of the homeland we were promised. It was a divine artifact. At the city's heart was the Hyperion. To test our worthiness, the gods... The Hyperion is one such challenge. We must act. Feel Balin's embrace! Feel my wrath! My wrath. Balan's embrace! Feel my wrath! Feel my wrath! Come. The circlet... Yes, beckoned. What is it you need of me? Salvation awaits. In the end, the city... My predecessor, Arche, sought to force the Hyperion up, but the Hyperion rejected him, killing him and his followers, and sealed itself away. Our work here is concluded. As a show of thanks, take these. I must make the gods see that my people can be redeemed for the faults of Arches. With the wreath in hand, I can conduct a ritual of atonement. As you bear the cipher, Come. We must conduct this ceremony at the site of our original transgression. If it will not, then why were you brought to me? I know the gods of my forerun. Now come. The Hyperion awaits. This is not a ritual in a traditional sense. We must go to the Hyperion. We must act.